여기 올려야 되는데 어떻게 들어야 될까요? 네, 어떻게 드릴까요? USB가 날까요? 아니면 이메일로 드릴까요?
Welcome to today's session on the Careers Development Cooperation Strategy toward ASEAN. My name is Samuel Park. I'm an assistant professor of economics at the KDI School of Public Policy and Management. And today I'll serve as a chair and just moderate the session. So this is going to be a 1.5 hour session. We're going to start with the presentation by Professor Chung-Ang Lee. He's going to share his results on his research project regarding this career strategy toward Asian and ASEAN countries. And also Cho Hyung-gu, who's a team leader at the IT operation team at KOICA, is going to discuss the presentations. And we're also going to have a panel discussion with 4 panelists who are currently studying Korea, but also hold relevant positions at the public sector in their home countries. So we'll start with the presentation by Professor Chung-Ang Lee. Professor Chung-Ang Lee, he earned his PhD in economics at the University of Michigan. He has done extensive work not only on government projects, but also on academic works. So he's currently an associate professor of economics at the KDI School of Public Policy. And so, welcome.
Right, okay, thank you for the introduction. I'm going to present the tentative results of our policy study about Korea's development cooperation toward ASEAN. Let me start with some economics of economic development because our research is based on extensive academic research that's already done by many economists. So even though there are many concepts in economic development, we focus on the concept of multiple equilibria and complementarity. So look at the left figure. That shows that small change around H2 can lead the economy to two different equilibria, which is H1, which can be kind of low-income equilibrium, and H3, which is high-income equilibrium. So why does this happen? I mean, many economists have shown that that's partially because the economy can be defined by kind of matching process. There is a famous theory, which is O-ring theory, which is proposed by Nobel laureate Michael Kramer. The theory suggests that there are kind of 2 types of jobs. One is O-ring type of job, and the other is foolproof jobs, so typical jobs. So Michael Kramer says that there are many O-ring jobs, and that's why many growing countries, they're caught by middle income trap, and they don't advance to high income levels. What are the O-ring jobs then? O-ring jobs are the jobs where strong complementarity between workers and tasks. So look at this figure. So smiling face represents worker, and this paper represents the type of task. And blue means good type or high type, and orange means a low type or a bad type. So this scenario shows where high-skilled workers are matched with high-skilled jobs, and here high-skilled workers are matched with some bad jobs, so simple jobs, and low-skilled workers are assigned with very complicated jobs. And what the O-ring theory says is that this matching gives much higher development potential, and this matching makes it possible for the country to advance its industrial structure. So today's topic is our strategy toward ASEAN countries. And I'm saying that many of ASEAN countries already reached a middle income level. So now they're in the position where they need to advance their industrial structure, and they have many development needs that go beyond what traditionally have been conceived by development people. So this is called positive associative matching, and one of the implications is that economic development is defined by the type of jobs we can provide. So industry and the overall economic structure rather than overall level of educational level or health level. I mean, they are important by themselves. But to further advance Southeast Asian economy and to make our cooperation more effective, we should think of this concept and we should develop our discussion. So, as I said, most ASEAN countries, they are in the middle income level. So their biggest challenge is avoiding the middle income trap. And therefore, they want to diversify their economy and create better jobs, not just low-paying jobs or manual jobs or production jobs. They want to create more, high-quality jobs, and they want to open up more possibilities for their youngsters, women, and people from low-income regions. And this situation requires more coordinated actions to make it happen. And that shows a sharp contrast with Africa. I mean, because many African countries still have very basic needs not satisfied by ordinary policies, but they are clearly in a different situation. And the ASEAN region faces many kind of challenges that go beyond boundaries, national boundaries, and that requires another type of coordination, not between sectors, between the public sector and private sector, but also between countries. So here are some of them. So here I put a picture that describes the structure of IPF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. So that has 4 pillars about trade, supply chains, environment, and tax and anti-corruption. So IPF is quite a new concept. We know that that is led by the United States, and that's a part of US effort to decouple from China. But as we can see, it's expected to have huge impact on the economies and policies of ASEAN countries. And one of the main differences of IPF from previous many multilateral agreements is that it does not focus on market access, but it focuses more on institutional harmonization, which means that member countries should upgrade their institutional quality. So I said that ASEAN countries are busy with upgrading their economic structure, but they have even more challenges. And they are thinking whether they can benefit from joining and keeping up with this kind of initiative. And because they are in the middle of economic development, they should gauge the benefit and cost of complying with regulations and institutions that are imposed by IPF or similar initiatives. And as we all know, climate change is another challenge where many countries should cooperate. And here's the picture from a report published by a Singaporean think tank. So the statement, without international financial assistance, my country cannot meet its climate targets and transition to a low-carbon economy. So even though decarbonization is considered kind of must for every developed and developing countries, most of ASEAN countries think that it's not realistic to go with the decarbonization policy without additional help from developed countries such as Korea, the US, and Japan. So there are several challenges, and we conducted a survey for this policy research targeting our alumni, KDI School alumni, who are from Asian countries and ASEAN countries and who are still working in the public sector. So we asked how the IPF affects their countries, and here's the answer. So keeping up with the global standards is necessary, and they have some positive view, but many of them think that it might have some cost, and they are a little bit worried that it would harm their economic growth potential because it put more stronger standards on labor, environment, and other areas. And they are also well aware of the impact, the potential impacts of the tensions between China and the US. And more than half of the respondents say that it would have negative impacts. So they have many challenges inside and outside their country. And we asked what is the biggest bottleneck in achieving the selected goal. So the typical image of development cooperation, the typical image of ODA is like giving out food and setting up schools and providing some vaccines. But as I laid out the foundation of this entire discussion, what matters in economic development is the bottleneck. We have to go beyond it because, if we are a little short of energy to go past the unstable equilibrium, we might be, caught in the bad outcome, which is low-income equilibrium. So look at this. So many of them say, like, the lack of institutional capacity is the biggest bottleneck. So that includes many things: the low quality of policy making, or the lack of like a legal basis, or the lack of administrative capacity. So we can think of many things. Like we can think of e-government, we can think of more capacity building, we can think of transparency to address that problem. And as we can expect, with the lack of transportation infrastructure and energy infrastructure and human capital, these are the biggest bottlenecks. And because the typical image says that we should focus on basic needs, ironically, that says that Korea can do better in addressing these needs for improving the development potential. And they say, like, economic infrastructure and capacity building and higher education, not primary or secondary education, can help them overcoming the bottleneck. And with that in mind, let's think about Korea's comparative advantage. This is historical trajectory of Korea's income compared to other countries. So South Korea was poorer than North Korea back in 1950s, but now Korea is at the same level as Japan in per capita income. And what economic history shows is that that would have been impossible without continuous industrial upgrading, because we know that without semiconductor industry, without automobile industry, without electronics industry, we would not have had decent jobs in production and in R&D, right? So of course we can think of more kind of balanced growth, balanced development, but we know that Korea took a different path, and that made Korea exceptional. So this figure shows the production space network of Korea. So South Korea's strength lied in some kind of outskirts of this map, but now Korea makes very pivotal products that can be kind of intermediate for other industry. That makes Korea a strong country. So I'm saying that Korea somehow acquired such technological capacity, and we know that FDI, both FDI and ODA, especially technical assistance, played a really important role in improving such capacity. So I'm saying, like, Korea always has kind of pride in the fact that Korea turned from a recipient country to donor country. And I think that we should learn from our own past. And here, there's an area we can do much better than other countries as well. I mean, these days, there's growing interest in tech industry and culture industry. But these industries also shows the need to focus more on long-term development potential. And Korea already has some kind of levers in the region, because Korea is deeply involved in the production network, especially global production network. Like Korea invests a huge amount in Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and many other countries. And this Vietnamese map shows that big companies such as Samsung and LG, Hyundai, they already made a huge investment. And traditionally, FDI has been considered as a separate area, but we don't think that we should separate these anymore, and because they have been involved in the overall takeoff of the economy, and they have in-depth knowledge about the state of institutional industrial capacity and the level of workforce, and they know what to do next to further improve their development potential. And even though these Korean global companies made huge contribution to ASEAN countries, many countries say that they want a little more because they know that these companies created many decent jobs, but it didn't lead to the formation of new startups and the take of new industries. So there's the area we should work more on. And let's get back to the survey result, because our alumni think that compared to Japan, Australia, and European countries, we would not compare Korea to the US or China, but compared to Australia, who provide foreign aid in a similar amount, and other European countries, Korea's biggest strength lies in the experience of industrialization, right? So we will have to, provide, education and health, ODA. It's a must, and we should satisfy the basic development need. But at the same time, we should think of how to leverage the existing advantages we have. So industrialization experience and global companies and the leadership in technology, right? And they think that they are well aware that Korea's global companies are doing many things in the name of CSR, corporate social responsibility, but they think that they can do more and they can participate more in identifying the areas, items, and regions we should consider more development aid, right? So it's surprisingly, and the share of the answer, negative answer is surprisingly low, only 18%. And I would like to remind you again, the respondents are in the public sector, and they studied in Korea, so they have both knowledge of Korea and they have enough knowledge of what their country needs. So what's ahead? That's a big question, and that will be the final conclusion. We're still working on it, but there are some clear messages we can provide. So first of all, rather than individual projects, we think that Korea's development cooperation can be more based on kind of themes or clusters, like rather than pursuing like improvement in health, education, housing, and urban infrastructure, we can combine them both. And I think we can hear more from our current students and current policymakers in the region. But we know many notable examples where complementarity, which I introduced in the very first slide, like can materialize even further. Like just think of production sites of Samsung and LG and others in current ASEAN countries. Even though we think that we might be able to imagine some beautiful pictures, but the reality is a little bit different from the ideal. Like they still need more supplementary and complementary investment in housing, in worker training, and management practice, education, and many other things. Okay, so I think this is a direction where the Korean development cooperation is already moving to, but we can think of this kind of structure, like it should be based on kind of diagnosis where academic and research institutions play a huge role. Like, and we know some examples, like Japan, they set up many institutions, some of them set up by the public sector and the others set up by the private sector. So they meet many people, many policymakers, and they identify promising areas where Japan can do really well. So they identify the topics and issues, and they combine different proposals and come up with some cluster-based proposal, and they set up goals and indicators so that they can evaluate later, and then they can identify the bottleneck within their cluster and improve their program. So the actual part will consist of many, areas from health to urban infrastructure, and in doing so, we should do more kind of deliberation and planning and feedback to improve the effectiveness of the development cooperation. And there are several, stakeholders and players should be invited to the deliberation process and evaluation process. I mentioned academic and research institutions, but we can think of more participation of private sector firms, and NGOs will remain as one of the most important partners. And we should think of collaboration with international organizations, and the Korean government can serve as a kind of platform of everything. So, they've been doing quite good in implementing projects and evaluating them and coming up with better plans, but they can play a bigger role in kind of engaging different players. So still, top-down approach is quite important, but discovering and empowering local actors in Vietnam, in Indonesia, in the Philippines, in Cambodia will further improve the impact of Korean development cooperation, because just think of the O-ring theory and matching good people with good jobs, right? So we have very limited local knowledge, but local people have very deep insights into their own society. So discovering and empowering local actors is very important, and there will be another direction Korean development cooperation should move into. And I would like to mention that we should think of macro challenges. I explained geopolitical challenges, such as the rise of kind of new initiatives such as IPF and the tensions between the US and China. They fundamentally changes the landscape for development cooperation as well, right? And and such changes let us think of new emerging areas for development cooperation, such as maritime environment and cybersecurity. So if this geopolitical situation forces some of ASEAN countries to go with one of the countries, and if that poses some threat, and then these areas will be the next target, because they need some help from outside. And as I said, improving institutional capacity becomes more crucial in making them more capable players within multilateral initiatives. And there are several ways to interpret development demand, but many of the development demands are heard from current politicians or top-level decision makers. But at the same time, we should think of the demand of young generation, because we know that the young generation, they love K-pop, but they know more of Korea, and they know more what Korean can do for them, right? And if we look at survey results that are conducted in ASEAN countries, we see some differences between old generation and young generation. So the demand of young generation lie in things like culture, education, and technology. That doesn't mean that infrastructure is less important. Infrastructure is infrastructure, but we should discover more potential of these areas. And Korea used to be a country that made textile apparels, but now we make semiconductors. How was that possible? Because even though we continuously improved our industrial abilities, but at some point we leapfrogged. And that happens when we do not have kind of sunk investment in old technological paradigms. And that is the case for Southeast Asian countries, because some countries are a little bit behind industrialization. They do not have regulations that limit and constrain their further development or adopting a very new technological paradigm. So regulation gaps open up for possibilities of experimentation and leapfrogging. So we don't need to teach them the current or help them getting the current current generation of technology, but instead we can help them experiment with new standards, new paradigm, so that they can come up, they can find their own comparative advantage. And we should think of many different modes of multilateral cooperation. I mean, we can easily think of cooperation with MDBs such as World Bank, ADB, and others, but we can also think of different ways to pursue multilateral cooperation, because we know that there was a summit between the leaders of the three countries, Korea, the US, and Japan, and they agreed that the three countries should work together to design and implement a development initiative toward the Indo-Pacific region. And we can think of some triangular cooperation that includes Korea and the partner country and the third party country, which could be Singapore, Thailand, or Malaysia. I mean, depending on the target area and the region, we might be able to partner and so team up with some influential countries in the region so that we can improve the effectiveness of our development cooperation. And I believe many people already have some sense of the domains, development domains where we have strengths. I mean, digital technology, that's obvious, but we can think of other types of cooperation, not just technology, but also organization and management. So, technology should go with more capacity building actions, and climate change also shows some potential, not just in mitigation, but also adaptation. And that requires a more micro-level approach, which means that we should identify which region, which demographic groups are more vulnerable to changing environment. Could be agriculture, could be fishery, and could be some urban areas that have some threat of flooding. And we have to think of other types of human capital, not just basic education, but R&D and technical and managerial level. And we can help the public sector improve the quality of policymaking and culture also, right? So just going beyond the enjoyment and facilities like building museums, these are the things what European countries and the US do, but we can do this thing quite differently, right? We can help them discover talents, and we can help them build industrial clusters and exchange more with Korea. And the opinion of our alumni is not quite different from what we think. So first of all, they say that the voices of local government is often kind of neglected or ignored by the central government, which means that we should work harder, and we should also have more discussion and dialogues with local government people. And they also, half of people support the idea that Korean development can be moving in the direction of promoting more complementarity. Like in the regional sense, we can add more to the regions that already show some development potential. Still helping the regions that are left behind, it's still important, but we can strategically allocate more resources to further developing the regions. And as you can see here, they still want to cooperate with government agencies, but they also have desire to work with university and research organizations. Why? Because they know that the lack of institutional capacity is a major bottleneck, and that cannot be overcome without, having training future policymakers, and they have, some desire to work with private sector firms, as I explained before. And like I said, I mean, as for Korean culture, they have very diverse development demand that goes from like connecting local creators. So that suits the idea of discovering and empowering local talents, and a technical exchange and training program that exists in the manufacturing and infrastructure and other areas as well, right? So you might be able to get a sense of where and how we can do well, and we already have good examples. Like Koika CTS is a new method of give more opportunities to Korean entrepreneurs who want to do business in developing countries, and they show some potential. And here's we have LH Corporation's project to build industrial parks, and here we have flood disaster mitigation system in the Philippines, and we also know VCAST in Vietnam is one of the examples where commercialization of technology is at the kind of central agenda. And let me conclude this presentation by introducing the well-known historical example, which is Marshall Plan, which became the classical example of development cooperation. I mean, people remember Marshall Plan not by its kind of amount of foreign aid, but they remember the spirit, like the coordination, cooperation, and giving more technical assistance so that they can produce more and overcome social conflicts. Therefore, they were able to cope with the geopolitical challenges. So I believe, and we believe, that Korea has already many, to repeat the same kind of miracle or same outcomes. So our proposal and our suggestions are just the first step, and I think and I have no doubt that Korea and ASEAN countries can make the bright future altogether. So let me conclude my presentation here, and Sang-ho, the floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Professor Lee, for the great presentation. I'm sure we learned a lot. Also, there's a lot to discuss. So next we'll have discussant, Mr. Hyung-Kyu Cho. He also has extensive work experience and knowledge on the development cooperation field. Yes, and in particular, he served as the country directors of KOICA offices in Tunisia, Bangladesh, and Erbil, Iraq. And he's currently he's a team leader of the IT operation team at KOICA. So yeah, please join, welcome in.
Thank you. It was such an excellent presentation. Thanks again, Professor Lee Chung-Ang. So I think that we have many things to discuss together with our following guest. So before we move on to the panel discussion, I'd like to raise some point which Professor Lee Chung-Ang has pointed out clearly to us. Well, yes, Professor Lee started with all-in theory. Well, in fact, I have a very little understanding of economics, but the point he raised today, I think very much important. Is what makes me very much interested is the many economies. I think is not only limited in Asian country, but also all over the world. It's can be applied. So many economies stop growing after initial takeoff. Yes, that's indeed. So I think at that point, I'd like to raise, I'd like to open a discussion with our panelists today. We have 4 different panelists from Cambodia, Philippines, Indonesia, and Vietnam. So I'm quite sure that that discussion will be very much fruitful for all of us. So in that regard, according to the COICA officer, I've been working in Bangladesh for 4 years, covering India and Bhutan too. So what made me very much interested be stationed in Bangladesh is that not only the government agencies, but also the private company, private sectors, they are very much dynamically participated in Bangladesh economies. So as you may know that according to the market volume, top 10 Korean construction companies have opened their country office in Bangladesh. So, I mean, interesting thing is that many Korean construction companies, they opened the Bangladesh country office, not just newly opened it, but they moved from Middle East to Bangladesh. So they knew that the economy transition from the traditional area in Middle East for infrastructures there are, I mean, dynamic movement from that countries in Middle East to Asia, particularly in Southern Asia, in India and Bangladesh. So in that regard, Professor Lee, he mentioned that we need to help our Asian countries to move from that trap as a middle income status. So what we need to do, that is very much meaningful because he raised the issue partnership with the private sector. I mean, according to the KDI alumni survey, thanks for the KDI alumni members. While I was in Bangladesh and Iraq, I met many KDI alumni members in Iraq too. So they are very much helpful and they have a very good understanding of Korea development economy. So according to the KDI alumni survey, it shows that they need, I mean, they think that the lack of institutional capacity is the most big bottleneck of their own country. So in that regard, I think our 4 panelists today, who is going to meet with us shortly, they are the KDI alumni members. They will be KDI alumni members, and they will be the person who solve the problems. I mean, the challenges we are facing at the moment. So I think we'd like to also discuss about Korea comparative advantage. I think that's very much difficult for the Korean aid agencies such as COICA. By the way, before I move further, I'd like to, if you don't mind, I'd like to express that today's comments is not the representing our company, but it's the personal perspective. Thank you. So, well, as you may know that the Korean governments and Korea International Cooperation Agency, COICA, has doubled their budget in next year. So, which will be very ambitious step forward. So in that regard, I think we need to focus on not only the public sector, but also the engaging with how we can engage with the private sector and how we can make the high quality jobs in their country, in our partner countries, and how we can contribute to their advanced industry. So in that regard, Professor Lee, he mentioned that the spillover effect is somehow limited. That is the challenging problem. So which means the big Korean global companies, they actively invested in Asian countries, but only big companies would not be enough. So the middle and small and medium Korean companies need to be encouraged to invest in Asian countries. So in that regard, the Professor Lee introduced about the CTS, KOICA CTS program. So CTS program is mainly focused on the private sector engagement. So we welcome the Korean company, not only big company, but also the small and medium companies. In case they have any technologies or they have any know-how to boost, contribute our partner countries' social and economic development. For instance, filtering the clean water. So by ensuring that technology, the KOICA can invest our partner companies. So with the CTS program, so particularly in Asian country, so we have many different projects going on, and also I'd like to invite our panelists to discuss about the ownerships. So Professor Lee also pointed out that the ownerships, how we can engage the local partner, not just the local government, but also local private companies and private sectors, how we can engage with them and how we can make them be owner of their own development. In that regard, I'd like to share our Korean government's Framework Act. So in 2020, Korean governments enacted a very meaningful Framework Act on international development corporations. So according to that act, Chapter 3, I'd like to mention basic ideas of objectives. That Chapter 3, it mentioned that the Korean governments and the people of Korea will spend our ODA budget for achieving the objective in belows. Number one is achieving the yes. So it mentioned that not only for the poverty reduction, but also it mentioned about the fostering the human resource development in our partner country. So in that regard, I think we have many things to discuss with our middle income country partners in Asia. So they are not, their number one priority is not the poverty reduction, but they'd like to move beyond the middle income status. So in that particular reason, I think the KOICA as the Korean aid agency can be played a pivotal role. We can provide we can contribute a certain support, so capacity building programs and specific project in each country. But Professor Lee clearly underlined the importance of themes and sector-wide approach. So not only focus on the specific country project, but unfortunately we spend most of our budget in country-specific project and country-specific capacity building program. But he raised very important things. we can now move beyond beyond the regional corporations. So I'm sure that it will open the doors, particularly in Asian region, because in Asian region we all knew that their economy is such vibrant, and they have a large portion of young generations, which is not the same in Korea. So we need their their partnership. Maybe in near future we need more manpower from our neighboring countries, and we need to bring our partners support, and we need to engage with them in our development and research and development sector in highly advanced technology. So we should think about this matter as a digital transformations and digital literacy, which is will be very much helpful for our country too. So as a KOICA officers, I'd like to discuss this matter, which not just limited in the country and specific project itself. We should move on to the different mode. I mean, having for instance, the Indonesia East Timor project, for instance. So Indonesia and Timor East is somehow very close neighboring country. They have a certain history too, but we need to have that approach for promoting not only industries but also some kind of peace building process too. And also, last but not least, I'd like to point it out the Professor Lee's comments. He proposed a triangular cooperation, such as Korea, United States, and Japan. So fortunately, that kind of triangular cooperation project in this ODA sector is actively moving. So in Philippines, for instance, and Ghana, so already there are some certain result has achieved in public health sector. So we'd like to open this different mode of work in development cooperation sector. So so in that regard, I'd like to conclude my comments today, which is this is the time that we not just focus on the quantity of our development cooperation, but also we should more consider the quality of our development cooperation, and not just limited country-specific and the single project, but we should focus on more cluster-wide and the sector-wide approach with which can be started from our neighboring country, such as Asian country, is the most important, one of the most important region to Korea, and which will be very much vibrant, and we cannot think our future without thinking our neighboring and our friendships country in Asia. So thanks again for my comments, and I'd like to listening our panelists' discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you once again. Yeah, thank you for sharing your insights and also sharing some questions that we could further discuss. So next, we're going to have this panel discussion. So I'd like to invite the 4 panelists to the stand. So maybe while we prepare, I can just give you a short introduction of these 4 panelists. So all these 4 are currently, they're studying in Korea. However, they also hold relevant positions back in their home country in the public sector. So first we're gonna have Mr. Rung Sarath. He works at the Ministry of Industry of Science and Technology and Innovation in Cambodia. Maybe I think you guys can come in. Mm-hmm. you have your names. Okay, so like first on the left side to Professor Chung-Ang Lee, we have Mr. Sarath Rung. Again, like he's from Cambodia. He works at the Ministry of Industry and Science and Technology and Innovation. To the left, we have Mr. Emmanuel Roy Aquino. He's from Philippines. He works at the Department of Trade and Industry. And next, we have Mr. Fajahadi Panestu. He's from Indonesia, and he works at the is the coordinating ministry. Works at the coordinating ministry for economic affairs. And on the left, most left, we have Ms. like Thay Kim Dung Dang. She teaches actually at the Academy of Policy and Development at Vietnam. We had this kind of, so just kind of in continuing this discussion of what Professor Chung-Ang Lee presented and also what Mr. Hung Jo like also discussed, I'd like to like give you like maybe a set of some questions to just kind of set the ground. So the first question is again kind of related to Professor Lee's presentation. So the first question is, okay, what is the development bottleneck in your home country? So this could be like major constraints in terms of economic growth or development that you consider is the most significant factor in your home country. So maybe, I mean, we can, okay, so Mr. Rung, like you can go first. I mean, later I'll let the others go first, so.
Thank you. So my name is Sarat from Cambodia. So as referred to that question, so the challenges or the problem that Cambodia still meet nowadays, so relate to the economic development. So the first thing is, I could say, with the human development, the human capacity. So because of the human resource in Cambodia is still limited, and the skill and also the knowledge is still limited. So as we are developing country, and this is lead us like another one is like the problem of that Cambodia, because like Cambodia nowadays is from year to year is we increase the import, but that import is like import or the trade is like the low value added. That is because of most of the industry in Cambodia is like the lowest value added is like garments or the agriculture or something, because of the refer to the human resource as well. That is linked together. And as well is like Cambodia still struggle with the infrastructures that's the keys for the to develop economics. That is still challenges in the big man of the Cambodia as the infrastructure still limit.
Okay, so thank you. We'll just take turns.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Ron Aquino from the Department of Trade and Industry of the Philippines. And I wholeheartedly agree with the presentation of Professor Lee Chung-Ang on institutional equality. But adding to that, I believe that when it comes to the Philippines, a bottleneck of development comes in the form of factors. Your fundamental public utilities, like electricity, water, and telecommunications or internet. So these are very, very important fundamentals because this would lay out the inputs for the economy as well as daily conveniences. And without this, or if, well, I can sum it up into two when it comes to the Philippine context. It's either it is available, but quality is not affordable. Or on the other hand, it's totally not there. Connections are unreliable. So in that sense, you don't have electricity, you don't have good internet, you don't have water. And again, these are your incentives. These are your fundamentals in order for your economy, in order for your business to run. And without which, it's a huge constraint when it comes to development.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Fajar. I'm from Ministry of Economy Indonesia. So, as already mentioned earlier by Professor Lee, I think we agree that we have to match between skilled laborers to a good job. But the problem in Indonesia now is we have a lot of unskilled laborers. We have a lack of human capitals that make us not productive. So the other factors also the lack of institutional capacity. We have like complexity in bureaucracy. We have like hard to make an ease doing business. It's hinder is doing business in our country. And to be honest, I also want to say that the level of corruption in Indonesia is still high. Based on the corruption perception index, we still rank in 110 out of 180. So it's becoming our problem, the bottleneck for the development. And last, I think it's about financial constraint. We don't have enough funding for empowering our small medium enterprises, our startup, and other sectors in our countries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dung, and I'm from the Academy of Policy and Development in Vietnam. So as Professor Park said, I'm a lecturer and as a researcher. So let me refer to one research in Vietnam that in 2022, the Ministry of Planning and Investment, they have cooperated with the World Bank, and they have the report Vietnam 2035 to invest to analyze the development of Vietnam until now. So they have point out some of the bottleneck for the economic development of Vietnam until now. And of course, there are many issues, but today I want to mention maybe one of the most important thing is the weakness of the private sector. So in Vietnam, the private sector is right now there's a decline in the productivity of the private sector, and this makes the private sector is as inefficient as the state sector. So I believe that this one it will affect to the development of Vietnam if we want to achieve the sustainable development in the future. And also another issue is the low innovative capacity of the firms. Until now, Vietnam's growth has driven by the expansion of capital and the labor force. But because of the limits on the mobilize of the capital, and also because of the demographic change, so that option now is closing. And we believe that in the future, if we want to achieve the development, we need to have quality of the capital, and also we need to have smarter and more efficient workforce. Another thing is in Vietnam, the economic development is heavily relying on the foreign direct investment, as you know. But the link between the foreign firm and the domestic firm is very weak. So as Professor Chung-Ang said, the spillover from the foreign firm to the domestic firm is quite limited. And I think that the weakness of the private firm can result in we create little of the decent job. So and also it can affect to the job match between decent job and the labor. So and it can become one of our main challenge if we want to achieve sustainable development in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So Professor Lee, do you want to comment on each question, or maybe at the end? At the end. Okay, at the end. Okay. So thanks for all sharing your insights. I mean, obviously some of those parts are kind of in alignment with what Professor Lee and his research team found in the alumni survey, and some were the differences. So thanks for highlighting those. So maybe the second question related to this is what would be Korea's? This was also if you remember one of the survey questions from the alumni. So so the second question is what is Korea's comparative advantage in addressing these bottlenecks? So in addressing the constraints or the bottleneck that you just discussed, how do you think Korea could help relieve those constraints, either from the government side like ODA and such, and those projects or programs, or like from the private side, like Korean firms and like foreign direct investment, etc. So maybe from this time, like I'll just like be the dictator and just like Mr. Emmanuel Roy, if you could start, and we'll just go around.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So I did say earlier that a fundamental bottleneck in the Philippines is when it comes to the public utilities. And that is very relevant because I see here that the comparative advantage of South Korea comes in two forms. First is that it has a history of becoming a developing country, and now it's a developed country. And second, I've been to a lot of field trips afforded to me by KDI. I've been to Neighbor, I've been to K-Water. I have been able to see all of this infrastructure, as well as the institutions that build up the public utilities here in Korea. And relatively, the prices when it comes to, when you uniform them, when it comes to dollar per certain measurement, it's relatively cheap. And for the price and for the reliability, the quality, it's very, very cheap. I would say I'm jealous. And for me, I bring back again to what Neighbor said when it comes to telecommunications. I asked them what made Neighbor the best platform, not just here in Korea, but also in other countries. And they said it's actually not government subsidies or not government support on the IT sector itself or Neighbor itself. It's actually more of a horizontal policy. The fact that they enabled internet connectivity throughout the whole country of Korea, because that increased demand, and without that demand, Neighbor could not be able to sell any of its products at an economic scale. At the same time, I also talk about K-Water, the ability of K-Water as a government or an SOE to able to reliably and at quality provide the water services. I think that's also an institutional comparative advantage. And I believe that with a mixture of sharing of experiences, as well as technical capacity, that could be a good way of delivering ODA policy, at least with respect to the Philippines and its bottleneck development. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. For Indonesia itself, as I mentioned earlier, we have facing a problem of shortage of skilled labor. We have a lack of human capitals. So I think one comparative advantage from Korea is about how they can develop a training for the labor itself, for Indonesia. And also, I think we need a lot of technological transfer instead of other things. It's about how we develop a new technology that make a positive spillover to Indonesia. So a positive spillover is come to the neighborhood, to come to the labor, to come to the environment itself. So I think it can be an advantage for Korea to give technological transfer and positive spillover for Indonesia. Thank you.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, like the weakness of the private sector in Vietnam, and so I think in that sense, Korea has some of the comparative. Like the first one can be like we have the quite similar starting point. Like we start develop from like after the war, after the country is devastated by the war, so the starting point is quite low, and also like the economic development model of Vietnam now, we we learn a lot from the development model of Korea, like such as we also pursue the export-oriented policy and other things, and I think Korea also successful in like targeting the private sector, and you also successful in upgrading the private sector and improving the productivity. So I believe that the lesson from Korea can be good and will be like useful for Vietnam. Thank you.
Thank you. So as Professor have mentioned about the role of the Korea in nowadays during the in the region, also in the world. So Korean is often cited as the economic miracle development and also the lead of the technology. So in terms of that, so competitive advantage that Cambodia can gain from the Korean to address the issues that I have mentioned about the human development and also the in terms of industrial sector and also in terms of infrastructure technology. So I think from the personally and also the addressing that issues, I have recognized that Korean is can share about the technology and also about the technology and also like the experience of the lead of the industry sector, like as the higher value added, such as the industry of the mechanics or the chemistry or other industry that Cambodia can learn from that experience.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, in my what I said earlier, I talk about neighbor for internet and then key water for water, obviously, but I forgot about the power, the energy, and the current Philippine administration is actually very hopeful when it comes to nuclear energy. In fact, just last week, it signed an agreement framework with the United States for the technology transfer of civil nuclear technology as well as materials. But I also believe that Korea has a very robust exports industry when it comes to nuclear technology. And I believe that's a comparative advantage that the Philippines and Korea could further explore, especially because there are different contexts. The United States is a huge continental landmass, whereas the Philippines is an archipelagic country, very vulnerable to the Pacific Ring of Fire. So I believe the technical capacity of Korea when it comes to contextualizing and localizing the nuclear technology with respect to the Philippine context would also be a very, very good contribution. And again, an avenue for further cooperation between the two countries.
Okay, so thank you. Again, I think this is, all the insights that you shared is pretty much in alignment with what was found in the study too. So I think it's great to be highlighted. Actually, do you have a follow-up question? But I think this could be combined with your, third question too. So, third question was about, okay, whether you have any ideas for leveraging any kind of existing relationship between Korea and your country. So this could be some relationship that was formed through the FDI, all those foreign direct investments, or any kind of migrant workers happening outside of the FDI, and any kind of diplomatic partnership between these two countries. And maybe one added on is if you have any insights or kind of experiences on specific policy or specific cases where you found these were successful. It could either come from professional experience as there, or it could also come from other personal experience where you just heard and experienced those indirectly. We would love to hear about that too. So again, being the dictator, Mr. Panistu, could you go first?
Okay, thank you. In terms of, I think one of the example is we can empowering small medium enterprises or SME, because based on my research data before, I know that around 87.5% SME, they negatively affected by COVID-19, and it still continue because we don't have enough funding for empowering SME itself. And I think other example is about how we can create a green renewable energy, because we know Indonesia is becoming one of Jakarta, for specific, is one of the most polluted city in the world, because we have a lot of production for oil, nickels, and others fossil fuel industry. We need a green renewable energy to make it more clean, more efficient for the production itself. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you can go first.
I'll add in. So I think when it comes to the historical links and relationships between Korea and the Philippines, I think there are a lot. beyond just migrants, migratory workers, as well as citizenships of each other's ethnicity descent. I believe that Philippines also provided combat troops to the United Nations Command when it comes to defending the sovereignty of the Republic of Korea. So we have that very deep sense of camaraderie between these two countries. And it is through the use of all of this context that I am very glad to say that we were able to sign the free trade agreement between Philippines and Korea just last year. And I believe it will come into force in 2024. And I wholeheartedly believe that deepening our economic cooperation, value chains, and trade will be a particular pavement of success for further cooperation beyond just economics, but also diplomatically, culturally, and politically.
So for the Cambodia case, so like the roles of the South Korea in Cambodia is like I think it plays in the third roles that the development partners of the Cambodia. So many projects or programs that Korean and Cambodia have the partnership together. So for example, in like oriented from people to people, so we like the Korean provide many opportunity for the labor force that from the Cambodia to work in Korean, that they can earn the income and also the technical skill as well. And others project is like the people from the Korean visit in Cambodia that increase the tourism sector, and also other partnership is like we can see because Cambodia and Korean already signed a free trade agreement, bilateral agreement, that is the increase more activity on the trade and also the manufacturing industry in Cambodia as well. And also like effective from the RCEP agreement, that is the regional trade agreement that really affect to the Cambodia, that we are closest partnership with the Korean. And other activity more that we prefer to become closer as the previous, and also the nowadays Korean still be the important key country that be the partner of development in Cambodia as well. Yep.
Okay, Ms. Dao.
So in case of Vietnam, so right now Korea is the biggest foreign investor in Vietnam, with many big MNCs from Korea like Samsung or LG. And Samsung now is also become like the biggest enterprise in Vietnam. So I think that Korea can take advantage of this. For example, like the Samsung investment, it has like quite positive impact on like economics and also in other like social issues in Vietnam, like create a lot of jobs for the local employee. And also it recently Samsung also has like the consultation program to support and to have the domestic firm to improve the quality and to improve the productivity of the firms. I remember just last year Samsung also had the domestic firm to build the smart factory. So like the policymakers and also other economics pay a lot of attention on the Samsung investment and also other program from Samsung. So I think that like but right now like there's just limited enterprise that can access to the program, and also they just focus on some limited sectors. So I think that if Korea can, like Korea ODA, can like have some program to expand the scale of the program, and if you can have like the cooperation between the government institution and the private sector, so it will be good and useful to address the bottlenecks in Vietnam.
Okay. So yeah, thank you. And maybe I'll like ask like one like follow-up question. So I know like we are all in a room like full of Koreans, so this might be like a sensitive question, but okay, like in each of your views, like either professional or personal, actually maybe it should be like personal. So maybe you can have that statement that like what you say here does not represent like the ministry of like something, but your personal opinion. But okay, in your opinion, like in your country, like how do you think of like Korea as like a partner for development cooperation? So this could be either coming from the government sector, the government side, or from the private sector. So I know that I think you already addressed some points that does cover this, my question, but if you could can maybe share some of your insights on that. Anyone?
Okay, I'll go first. Admittedly, in the Philippines, JICA and Japan in general, as well as ADB, the Asian Development Bank, which is headquartered in Manila, has a very huge influence and is more popular when it comes to ODA compared to other countries. And then I would say after Japan, it would be the United States. And then much later on, maybe some people would say Korea. But the presence of Korean ODA, so this is just to say that the presence of Korean ODA is not much at the forefront compared to these two countries, compared to Japan and United States. However, what we've noticed that during times of calamities, and there are a lot of tropical cyclones, a lot of storms in the Philippines, but always the Korean military would send in like a brigade or like a company to provide humanitarian support, and that has been well noted. With respect to other forms of ODA, like infrastructure, I think that is where Korean ODA is more, takes more of a backseat position. So I think when it comes to more sustainable, more impactful economic ODA types of cooperation, that's where Korean ODA is lacks the most when it comes to the Philippine context.
Okay, thank you. Any case from other countries? Yeah.
For the Cambodia, so yeah, before in like nowadays, so we can see like a lot of like other RDA's country like Japan or from the US or other international organization, like we can see the UNDP or something. So but nowadays we can go in the Cambodia in the local province, or we can see like the Khoika. That is the project like inspire. Even like many perspective from the public, they say that like we see only the bridge from the China, we see the bridge only from the Japan, but we don't see the Korean. But during the visiting of the professor of the president, so they allowed now they signed the project one to build the bridge to across to the Iceland. That's showing like the nowadays Korean play an important role in Cambodia by the development partner, and also like many projects that Korean have to Cambodian, including the education and also especially play the insider in the health system, because like in Cambodia is low lacks of the healthcare system, so and also the inequality as well. So the people live in the rural area, they cannot access to the health. So the KOICA program also provides that health checkup to the population that live in the rural area. So that is the real projects that really help to the population in the Cambodia.
Okay, for Indonesia, I think I can say that way before is the most donor is like from ADB, from World Bank, and from Japan. And now I think I also see like a lot of relation with KOICA, a lot of relation with MOFA from Korea, in terms of like we have some capacity building program in Indonesia. We also have like an empowering women program and some ODA on the ASEAN sectors, in industry sectors, we also have it. And I think to way forward, I think because basically Indonesia is divided to three parts, the west part, middle part, and the east part. And we always focus on the west part in the Jakarta, in the capital city. And now we plan to move our capital city to Borneo. and we need a lot of investment, a lot of ODA in there to build some infrastructure. We need some bridge building and others. So I think now we can focus to the middle part, on the east part of Indonesia that need more developing. Thank you.
So like in the case of Vietnam, I believe like until now, I think we have a good impression about Korea, like in terms of economics, like a lot of foreign investment from Korea, and also there are a lot of ODA projects that like implemented by like KOICA into Vietnam, in like empowerment the women, and also like in the COVID-19, KOICA also has a lot of program to provide the equipment to many hospitals in like other province. So I think that like the point of view of policymakers is quite good about Korea. But in other hand, there's also this is just my personal opinion. I think like maybe some of the economists, they think that like when the Korea investment come to Vietnam, we also provide like a lot of investment incentive to the foreign firm, and I can say that the incentive that we provide to Samsung and LG is much more higher than to other foreign firms. So it can be like, I mean, we still have the policy to make it like appropriate, but still there's some opinion against that, and sometimes we think that like we hope that we can receive more from Korea. That I mean like so that we can have like better cooperation and better relationship in the future. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. I mean, yeah, thanks for sharing your personal opinions. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I also like learned more than what I asked for, so thank you. So the last question, okay. So this was also like one of the last topics in like Professor Lee's like presentation. So like in your opinion, like compared to the traditional bilateral project in terms of ODA, what's your take on the effectiveness of the like multilateral projects that would involve these like like development banks or like ASEAN, etc. So how do you think these kind of joint projects could be meaningful in the context of development cooperation with your country? So I mean, I guess like there's really no one shy here, so I think you can just volunteer. Like, anyone who wants to go first, you can go first. Okay.
Okay, personally, I believe it will be meaningful for Indonesia because we know when we comes to triangular instead of bilateral, we can have like kind of a multiplier effect or a broader impact to other sectors. And in terms of risk, we have like risk sharing among the countries itself, so we can take the burdens together, we can take the fundings together as well. And in terms of the evaluation itself for this triangular cooperation, I think we need, beside like the cost and benefit analysis, we need also like regulatory impact analysis about our policy, so we can make an evaluation about what about our decision before we can see the result. We can evaluation the outcome or the output from our program itself. Thank you.
I think Fajar already said the positive aspects. So maybe to add to that is that potential concerns. If you also have a multilateral ODA project, that also means you have a lot more stakeholders. So you have other conditions, you have a long list of conditions, and that could potentially mean a spaghetti bowl effect. Much like in free trade agreements, there may be also potential complications or over complications because you're expanding the number of participants involved in the ODA. Nevertheless, when it comes to the Philippine aspect or the Philippine context, this judgment between or like preference between multilateral or bilateral actually play no part. What they more look at into is where the ODA project will be, what's the sector that will be targeted, and then what are the impacts. Usually immediate impact is number of jobs that will be generated, and then for long-term or sustainable impact, they usually have an indicator like poverty perception or like household income. So there's really, it's really not much of a case whether it's going to be multilateral or bilateral, at least for the Philippines. But really the more concern is where is the ODA, what is the ODA project going to be? And again, if we have the positives, again, I just want to highlight again that there are concerns of overcomplication if you have a multitude of stakeholders involved.
Fair point.
Perspective, I would say that it depends on the objective of that project. So bilateral or multilateral is like depend on the objective of the project. So refer to that. So if like that project objective to promote the peace or the sustainable development, so it would be the multis is better because like we come together to solve that the same goal, the same vision that we want to solve the problem. But in terms of that, like promote economics or the friendship or the diplomatic should be like bilateral. It should be effective. Then that is my personally.
Okay.
So, in my opinion, I think that bilateral project or multilateral project, it has own like advantage and disadvantage. Like for the bilateral, maybe for that one we can target like limited goals, but we can solve the problem like more deeper. And for the multilateral project, maybe like because we have like many stakeholders, so we can expand the goals, the targets to like in many sectors and many goals at the same time. But because of the resource constraints, so maybe the problem cannot be solved like as deeper as in the bilateral project. And I think that the most important thing is the efficiency of the projects, whether we can solve the problem well or not. That's the most important thing. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I think it's really like it was really insightful in the sense that like I think like some of you kind of also describe the concerns. I mean, like maybe the drawbacks and maybe those parts that could be considered. That when any country or any kind of like like a program or project could be considered, whether that will be like multinational or multilateral or like bilateral. So maybe now could be a good time. Like we have like 3 minutes left for our scheduled end. So if Professor Lee, if you have any comments on like maybe you can kind of close the session.
Well, I think I forgot introducing myself, I think. Well, I mean, the point is I'm an economic historian, so sometimes when we face unfamiliar questions, one of the smartest ways to find a kind of clue is to look back at history. And people say that Korea has focused on utilizing existing advantages. That's why the questions we laid out here are proposed, like how should we leverage existing ties between two countries, between Korea and your countries, and also what can we do well rather than what should we do, right, without any good conditions. So actually, I was thinking of something like diaspora network, diaspora entrepreneurship, diaspora finance when it comes to migration, and when it comes to FDI. I was thinking of complementary investment so that overall development capacity could be improved. And I think many of these are already well addressed here. And again, I'm an historian, but I have relatively shallow knowledge in current development projects. So every time I talk to our students, I learn a lot about what's the current status of the economy and society, and how do people from different countries view the same problem. So taking this opportunity, I would like to say thank you so much, and many thanks to all of you, because without our students, our alumni, our research would not have been possible. And I would like to leverage more out of our existing relationship to deepen our understanding, because when I visit Japan, the US, Australia, I realized that the research community is quite strong. And I think that's one of the main reasons why like Australian aid is highly valued among ASEAN countries. So I hope that the role of researchers and institutions like us can be further improved, and we can contribute more to mutual understanding and development of all us. Okay, all right, that's it.
Okay, thank you. So we're right on time. So as a moderator, I'm really proud about this. So again, once again, thank you for the presenter. I mean, to the discussant and also the panelists, and also for anyone who made time to come here and just be the audience. So thank you once again. And as a moderator, I'd like to conclude the session. So thank you.
네, 괜찮아요? 행사에 앞서 원활한 행사 진행을 위해 핸드폰은
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you to please switch your mobile phones to vibration mode or silent mode. Please remember to check your mobile phones.
행사에 앞서 이 행사에 참석해 주셔서 감사하고
Thank you for coming to this session. I would like to thank the alumni members of Chung-Ang University. Welcome, and we will have dinner following the session. So who will be staying for dinner? Please raise your hand. Yes, you may put your hands down. Thank you.
안녕하십니까? 2023
Good afternoon.
포럼의 세부 세션인 탄소 중립과
Welcome to the Carbon Neutrality and International Development Cooperation session of 2023 Global Korea Forum. My name is Yoon Se-ra of Chung-Ang University, and I will be leading you through today's program. Thank you and welcome. The co-host of this forum is Office for Government Policy Coordination and the NRC, and it is organized by Chung-Ang University. We will be discussing supply chain data interoperable platform based on AAS and EDC standard technologies and establish a SaaS ecosystem capable of adapting to various regulations, and also provide automated VCP-X-based LCA solutions and digital certification through on-site visits for small and medium-sized enterprises lacking ESG expertise, offering convenient and cost-effective certification services through digital transformation. We will have a congratulatory address before we begin the presentations, and Professor Kim Hee-kyo of the NRC will be giving the congratulatory remark.
Ladies and gentlemen, very nice to meet all of you. I am Kim Hee-kyo of NRC. Our NRC is under the Office of Prime Minister's Office of Government Policy Coordination, and we work with Korea Public Administration Research Institute and other 26 national research institutes, and also KDI are under our organization. Under the theme of carbon neutrality and international development cooperation, Chung-Ang University is co-hosting this session with NRC and the Office of Policy Coordination. I would like to congratulate the host. I would like to thank Professor Yoon Se-ra for moderating this session as well. And we have presenters such as Executive Vice President Kang Mung-gyu, and also we have Chung Hee-tae doing the subscription type carbon regulation response LCE solution for SMEs, and also we have Kim Seok-kwan presenting digital certification based on the VCP-X. The Global Korea Forum is being held during the Development Week, and it's providing an integrated platform to foster international cooperation for agencies and individuals. In other words, Global Korea Forum is to provide and help agencies who have been working on site and monitor the processes of international corporations, and bringing all these practices together to share with the relevant stakeholders as a part of Korea's international cooperation strategies, and also suggest ways to further improve our cooperation strategies. Under this aim, Chung-Ang University is having the session under the Carbon Neutrality and International Development Cooperation. In this regard, this is very timely to have such a session. In particular, we would like to thank Professor Song for putting this session together under this very important theme. I think this suits perfectly with Global Korea Forum, and also we can see a great integration between private and public sectors. I believe all public, private, and academic sector can be truly integrated, and this forum can be a foundation for such integration. And also relevant, we have officials from NRC, we have staff from Chung-Ang University, we have staff members from PCO who are working very hard to put this session together. I want to thank everyone for organizing this. Please give him a big round of applause. The session will be proceeded as follows. We have presentation and then we have Q&A. If there are any questions, please raise your hand and we will hand over the microphone to you to the floor. Now we have our first presenter, Kang Myung-gyu of NUVIX, to present ESG regulatory compliance supply chain data interoperability ecosystem. Please invite him to the stage and give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. Well, the title of this session and the presentation is quite difficult. However, we have international regulations that are on the rise, and companies need to respond as soon as possible to these strengthened regulations. And so I will be introducing you to how we can respond to these changes, and we will be talking about VCP-X and also talk about digital certification. So all three presentations have a common theme. And presentation 1 will be rather general, and I will be introducing you to VCP-X, which is the manufacturing value chain platform. This is my simplified bio. I was at Samsung Electronic Company, and I was at KC Industrial for just a couple of years. It was a medium-sized company. And also I worked for Amazon Web Service. It's a foreign company. And now I am working in a startup company called Nuvix. And so I have different types of experience. So I focused on IoT, those are marked in yellow. And I did some work that is linked to cloud as well. So regarding VCP-X, well, I can say that I have some experience related to the topic that I'm going to talk about. So this is the situation that firms will be facing. And some of you are already aware of the new waves. Some are not quite aware, but these waves are coming. So we have the environment, which is a major topic. And in the past, ESG was rather voluntary. However, in the future, the environment is being used as a reason for putting in place numerous regulations. So I'm comparing it to a huge wave. So how can we respond? I emphasize the words digital solution. But I want to say that it is quite difficult for individuals and human beings to respond to these strengthened responses. And that is why we need digital methods in order to respond to these new waves that are coming. And so we are living in the era of digital transformation. And how are we going to respond to the different regulations? That's the topic that I'm going to be talking about. And so in the first part of my presentation, I would like to talk about the difficulties that firms are experiencing in terms of establishing a digital solution. So first of all, DX, digital transformation. This request is being made by relevant authorities, and this is the definition of digital transformation. And so based on data analysis, machine learning, and so forth, you will gain new insights and create new value in order to innovate your business. And we have these companies such as Spotify and YouTube that are in the forefront of digital transformation. So we have Spotify, and in this case, if you listen to certain type of music, the company will continue to recommend music that you might like. And so Spotify is doing really well nowadays. And the same thing with YouTube. We talk about the algorithm, and recommendations and suggestions are made according to certain algorithms. So they will analyze the system and then make the right recommendations for you. And so the concept of DX, well, you did everything manually. You made manuscripts manually, but now you're using computer programs such as Excel and so forth. But now a lot of data points are collected and there is an analysis, and then recommendations would be made automatically. And so running your company will have to make that digital transformation. And nowadays, we have digital transformation or DX teams within different companies. So some companies are doing better than others. However, many firms that are in the forefront are accepting the concept of DX and responding. So let's look at some more actual examples. So we have the entrance and exit doors in a company. And in the past, how did we keep tabs on working hours? Well, we had manual input. So you come to the office and you actually manually input the fact that you got into the office at 8 a.m. However, this is unreliable. People may lie, or you may make an error in writing down the time you arrived in the office. So we cannot trust humans. So if you have to put in carbon footprint, if you put that down manually, well, that's not DX. Nowadays, what do? We have cards with RFID, and you tag this onto a reader, and the system will record accurately the time that you stayed in the office. This is closer to TX, so less input of human beings and less room for error. However, there's a problem as well. You may tag someone else's card and no one can tell. Or one card can be tagged and two people may exit or enter a premise. And so we have the true DX on the right. We have RFID plus face recognition, and China is doing this quite a lot. So in this case, you don't have to tag your card on a reader. You just go into the office and automatically records will be kept on when you got into the office and when you left. So there is automatic collection of data, and that is DX. But in order to do this, what do we need? We have to measure data. Data has to be transported and it has to be stored. And there has to be machine learning based on data. And only then we can have true DX. So the same thing has to happen in the environment area. So in the past, we had ESG and we had teams manually working on this, taking records and reporting, but we have to make digital transformation there as well. Now let's think about the digital capability of Korean firms. So we have some statistics here. So we have Cosmo, which worked on making these systems intelligent. And so they have basic in blue, and then intermediary 1, intermediary 2, and then high level, that would be in green. So if you're in the basic level, then you're just barely getting by, and you only have the basic elements. And then for the red and orange, then you're doing some of your work steps and processes in a digital way. And so for Korea, we are aiming for smart factories. So there will be DX in that firm. And when we tally the statistical numbers, you can see that most of the companies are not at the high level. And so the company, the government actually made plans to make that conversion into smart factories for 30,000 firms, but actually only 2/3 have reached that goal. And so we have human-centered work methods, and what has been done is to bring in different systems, and these systems are quite expensive. And a lot of data is collected by these systems, and we get numerous plans as well. However, people normally do not trust these types of recommendations, and what they do is people keep having meetings, and through these meetings they decide what to do. And of course, there are different KPIs. For example, KPI related to yield, and such KPIs will be suggested by the system. However, many firms also ignore these suggestions as well. And the people in charge actually hide such information from the CEO, and they believe that such information is not accurate. And in many cases, the working level people, they do not know where the data lies. And once this person leaves the company, no one knows where to go to look for this data. And if you have this old archaic system, then of course it will be difficult for you to find the causes behind errors and problems. And so we have to think about the ultimate goal of DX. We want to minimize the role and input of humans and try to get as much as possible from data, and we're not really doing that right now. And so we really need to accelerate DX. So these are some examples. So we have these different solutions. They're very complicated, and companies use dozens of such solutions. And now we have these adjectives that go before these solutions. So based on machine learning-based demand prediction solution, or data-based solutions, and so forth. And what is key here would be data. So how can we collect data and transmit that and store it, analyze it, and link that to machine learning. And how can we do that without processing the data in the initial step? And how can we do this automatically within a company, such as they do at Spotify or YouTube? So many firms are making investments for DX. So I have some statistics, and so we're using more than $2 trillion and so forth. And so all the tasks carried out by firms, all of them have to be transformed to a digital method. So it has to do with purchasing, manufacturing, delivery, and so forth. So it's quite costly. A lot of effort is required. However, in the advanced nations, if we look at their figures, we can see that 70% of the firms have fallen short of their target and goals. And so we thought about the concept of DX. We want to minimize the input and meddling of human beings, and we still need to have the right outcomes. And many firms, 70%, failed, or it's taking them a long time. And so these firms have experience of failing, and there's a lot of analysis on why there was failure. And there could be some cultural issues, there could be lack of leadership support and leadership buying in. And putting aside the cultural differences, well, we have the IT department trying to work on this problem. But if that is the situation, if only the IT team is working on DX, then there will be a limit to being successful in digital transformation. So as I said, they have to collect the data, store it, analyze it. There has to be learning and so forth. So it's cutting-edge technology. And if the company commissions just the IT team to do all this, well, there will be a limit, because most firms will lack the expertise in their IT team to do this. They have to outsource this, especially the SMEs and the manufacturing firms. And within the company, data is scattered throughout the organization, and it is difficult to know where these data points lie. And the data methods, the methods of collecting the data is all different depending on the different type of equipment throughout the company. And so there's a lot of fragmentation at the site. So it is not easy at all. And so the firms who try to do DX under such circumstances experience difficulties. So let's say you collected data and you put it into the IT system, and we have the different areas within the firm. We have manufacturing, purchasing, development, and sales, and we have something called strong coupling. And we have these different steps, and you come up with a commercialized system to befit all these different process steps. That's the cheaper option. And that's the structure of having a strong coupling. However, if you want to make one change in a specific sector, let's say purchasing, you have to change the entire system, because there is strong coupling between the different process steps. And so if you want to add additional data or make a change, it takes 6 months. And if you receive a quotation for such changes, it's quite costly as well. So we have fragmentation in the IT team. There are strong couplings, so it's very difficult to do the establishment and implementation of these systems. And it is very difficult to predict how much resource you will need in the future. So what companies tend to do is to excessively invest. However, the performance of the systems often falls short of your expectation. And of course, we have the problem of data silos. So you may have been successful in collecting data in the different departments in your company. However, you will have trouble sharing that with other organizations. And we have to think about data collection for the entire value chain in order to respond to the coming regulations. So these silos will be a huge problem. So when we carry out DX, what do we need? What are the requirements? So as I said before, we have the strong coupling, and that's because of the limitation in terms of time or hardware. Within that given time, you have to carry out development and all the subsequent processes, and you have no choice at that time. And the only choice that you have at this time is the strong coupling, and everything is just all tied together. And we have to work within the limitations of the time element and the software restrictions. And the technology that has to do with the DX, these technologies often are not owned by all these different sized firms. And if you try to do the development yourself, it is not easy at all. And so we need an enabling environment. And if you do not have an IT team and try to lay the foundation and go towards DX, you will run into trouble. And so the thing to do is to apply AAS. So we're utilizing the cloud system. Let me explain this. So in the past, we had MS Office, and you had to purchase a CD and you installed it on your PC. And you use it for several years, and nothing changed. That's like having the IT team. Once you have it in place, you cannot change it. However, in a couple of years, you run into problems with the old software, so you buy a new CD and then install it. But what do we do now? You subscribe and pay 8,000 won a month to use the most recent version of MS Office, which is cloud-based. And so what the companies are doing right now is the old way of doing things, and I can compare it to using CD-ROMs to install your programs. And now we have cloud-based subscription-type software, and you can use this. You can use high-performance software without the limitation of resources, and we have easy scalability of the IT infrastructure. And based on the cloud, if you have software on the cloud, you can guarantee that you are using most cutting edge and most advanced software. And the cloud would guarantee that. So rather than inventing all this from point zero, it makes a lot of sense to subscribe to a cloud-based subscription-type software. And that would be the smarter thing to do rather than investing a lot of money to develop all this yourself. Of course, it's not going to be 8,000 won a month, and you will have to pay more for a subscription, but still, that's much cheaper and cost-effective than investing huge amounts of money to do the development yourself. So I am trying to explain the VCP-X concept. We have software as a service. This is cloud-based, it's subscription-based, and we have data cloud accumulated in this cloud. We have both the digital technology and the hardware, and there is interoperability. And then we will also have installed software as a service. And I believe that the next presenter from IPIM is working on this type of product. And so by utilizing SaaS, you will be able to solve many problems that you have, and the small and medium-sized companies will not have to invest more than a year in establishing their own system. And of course, there is data interoperability among the applications and the firms. And that is possible through VCP-X, and all the different companies within the same value chain can exchange their data. So a little bit more explanation about cloud. Now we have the IT team, IT office, and let's say they try to go towards DX and they have to predict the future demand. That's the prediction, the dotted line. However, investments are made in a stepwise fashion. And so it takes about 6 months to install enough servers. So what you do is you over-invest. And then when you reach a limit, then you make huge investment again to gain more capability. And of course, we have the element of physical time that come into play. Now let's look at the next graph. So we have the actual demand, which is in red. And if you are using your capability to full capacity, then you're in trouble. You have to invest excessively in the capacity. So what about the empty space in the graph? That would mean there is loss of opportunity. So there's loss opportunity cost. So let's say you reach a peak. So we experience the green car and cacao incidences. Sometimes the demand goes up onto the peak and then the system just breaks down. And in that case, there would be huge losses for the customers. So be it opportunity, be it losses, either way, you're losing out. And that's the basic structure of the IT team. However, well, what about the cloud system? It's like using electricity. You are billed according to how much you use. And everyone will be sharing the resources upon the cloud, and you will be billed on how much you actually use. So of course there is cost effectiveness when we use the cloud system. If the system on the left is cheaper than the system on the right, then something is very wrong with your firm right now. You're not making ample investments into your capacity. And yes, the e-government system failed over the weekend. It was a big issue, and the same thing happened with Kakao as well. That is why we need redundancy. So once data comes in, we have to distribute the data, and we have to have redundant storage so that if we have data loss in one spot, we can restore right away. And I think that was the problem that Kakao experienced, and also the problem during the weekend regarding the e-government system. Now, as for the cloud, we have the implementation at a global level, and I talked about Amazon and Microsoft, Alibaba of China, and we have Neighbor, NHK, and these different firms, and they all employ the concept of cloud. And they have redundancy as part of their design so that no problems will occur in the future. So once you store something, they are stored redundantly. And so that will bring you security in using this cloud-based system. And since it is a global cloud, although you're based in Korea, you can do international business. And so there will be definite advantage over the IT team. You don't physically have to go to a problem area. And so how are firms going to engage in DX? Well, I'm going to skip a couple of slides. And so by using the subscription type, cloud-based subscription type system, there are huge advantages to firms. And so I would like to move on to this slide, and VCP-X platform would be the most appropriate answer for responding to the global ESG regulation response. And so I would like to now explain in more detail about VCP-X.
Yes, so the environment regulations are now in paper. Before, it wasn't a law. So when they say reduce carbon, you just meet the national target. And because it wasn't under the law, there wasn't any punishment. But now it is under the law, especially EU is ahead of the game, and the US is following behind. Korea is not yet joined the league, and we are not really keen on adopting environment regulations, but we don't have to because you're an export country. This is for import countries. And what we have to do is that you have to meet the requirements for the export country. So it's for those countries who are exporting to our countries. So these are the really real concerns. The CBAM has already started this year, of which steel and iron, cement, iron, hydrogen, the 6 items are included. Many companies are relieved that they are not under the scheme, but you have to see the HS code. Let's say if a company is exporting screw, but it is made of steel and iron, then because this came into effect in October, and the first report needs to be done, if not, penalty is billed. So many Korean companies are now surprised by the fact that this CBAM has now went into effect and they are under the subject of this fact. That why are they not prepared? I think there are lessons to be learned. And this is a grace period. And from 2026, the tax will be actually billed. The CBAM is actually billed according to the amount the carbon you produced. And if you don't report on time, you will get billed for the penalty. This could be done in quarterly, and they just say, oh, because the tax isn't much, they will just pay the bill. But nevertheless, at the end, you are taxed for this. You don't only get the penalties, but at the end, the companies will get taxed. So the companies must not think in a naive way. For battery regulation, it's either you pay or you're out of the business. By reporting this, let's say you have done the right measurement, you have done the right measurement, but this is for the entire value chain. And this was okay in the past, but not anymore. The responsible falls under the manufacturer. This is for the German manufacturer started, not so that the very end agency of the value chain must be responsible for this value chain. As a result, like I have said, there are companies who didn't expect this to happen. For example, motorbike parts manufacturers, maybe a luxury brand for like a bike manufacturing companies in Korea. They, for example, Harley-Davidson has requested such information for Scope 1 and Scope 2 until certain date. And this is not what Harley is dictating what to the part companies, but they have to get the information from their partners so that they can do the right reporting. If you don't give the information, they may not be trust the partners on their value chain. So under the law, they need to meet the right requirements. We talked about Scope 1, 2, 3. Scope 1 is direct emissions. Scope 2 is indirect emissions such as utility, supplier operation. So these two are under our control. So many companies can do Scope 1 and Scope 2, but Scope 3 is the challenge. This is where everything happens outside our control in other value chains. So everything has to be reported all together. So the challenge lies here. Let's say if you're OEM, you have a certain carbon footprint to report. And in that product, there are so many parts included. And the footprint of the carbon of all the parts in that product are summed up. So this whole calculating carbon footprint is very complicated. But by the law, it says the accountability falls onto that manufacturer. So it's very difficult to not digitalize all this process. So the requirement is to have this system and process digitalized. This is example from Sony from Scope 1 and Scope 2. And also we have example from L company. showing scope 1 and scope 2, where scope 1 and scope 2 can be measured by the company, and the figures of scope 3 has been revealed. So let's say the direct emissions from 10 to 20%, the rest is happening elsewhere. But the fact that it is disclosed is that they cannot receive the relevant information from their partners in their value chain. So once this goes into mandatory, this is going to be very difficult. From a big company's point of view, they could make their own software so that they can ask for all the information from their partners. So this is what our companies in Korea have thought traditionally. But the problem is that they know the first vendors, but they don't really know the tier 2, the secondary vendors. So they can't really identify where to get the information from. Another important and difficult part is that the partners do not want to provide information to others because they are very sensitive data. The fact that they have to give energy production cost means that they can figure out the actual manufacturing cost. So this is very sensitive data. So that let's say if a big company is trying to make a software and asking their partners to give in their information, this is very difficult for partner and tier 2 companies. Europe, for example, are doing AAS, using AAS and EDC standard technologies. They have already prepared for this since 2019, because if this goes under regulation, and they realize that all the agents are part of their value chain, so they were ahead of us. And in 2019, they started Gaia-X, where the ones in blue and red, they have categorized infra and data. So they can freely exchange data within the infrastructure ecosystem. That's what we have created here is the EDC technology. EDC is a promise, digital promise among companies to exchange data. How are they going to give data to others? So, the standards, they need the standards. So they say the data connector, which was developed by many people, but what Europe did is that they have standardized this technology for everyone to use. So this has been somewhat standardized. So wherever your infra is, they can exchange data. But how they indicate data could be different. For example, some people may indicate electricity in kilowatts or megawatts. Everyone may use different units. So what they have done is to standardize the metadata on top of the promises to exchange data. So regardless of the types of infrastructure, they can freely exchange data. This is what the EDC is. If you have the connector from the both ends, and once the users and parties have certified to this data connector, they have the access to standardized technology. What is smart about Europe is that they have created the Katana X because they have a very advanced automobile industry. They have applied to this automobile industry, and because automobile industry has a very complicated value chain, so they have adopted the two technologies as standard technology in this sector, and they have kind of approved this through Katana X. At the beginning, they started with 28 companies. Now, more than 100 players are in this Katana X. And once they have gained confidence, they have expanded globally. And now they are even requiring Korean companies to provide data under EDC and using Katana X as well. So Korean companies were very surprised by such request. And they have created this different types since 2021. For example, strengthening SCM, strengthening OEM SCM, And we have the CO2 monitoring, recyclability. So this is the current status of Katana X. So once this is completed, maybe automobile vendors will be subject to such regulation. Maybe Korean companies like Hyundai Motors will be a subject to this, but they are continuing with the CBAM as well. What they're doing with Katana X, for example, Volkswagen is exchanging data with their partners. As you can see, they all have EDC connector. And you have AAS where they can understand the data. So they have EDC, AAS where they can do one-to-one exchange, and they probably can just give the CO2 values. Because there are such software, they could be transferred via EDC, AAS, and since they have done this, they can get the CO2 value without getting the sensitive data, so the reporting from Volkswagen could be done. So the practices have been done, but the challenge is that they have done the standardization. Each company is using EDC and AAS, but it's very complicated to be expanded to countless number of vendors and partners. Furthermore, no one can verify who has done the calculation, so it's very complicated to even verify whether the calculation. So this autonomy also has come into question. We have created VCP-X to protect data like a European way, but to make sure that companies can adopt this in a faster way with convenience. So by doing this is what we have done through cloud data interoperability platform based on subscription-based software as a service. So the data and platform within our product is following the European standards, but also we have made some improvements. This is VCP-X by Nuvix. You have the flow of data. You have EDC. We also have AAS. We have standard technologies. We have data flow. What Katana X is doing is that they're exchanging among the data, but what we are doing is we are putting this on cloud. On top of that cloud, like CEO Chung will say, but there are various software, and we have a tenant for each company within our infrastructure. So within this ecosystem is our VCP-X ecosystem, and they can just subscribe. They can subscribe to the software. Then they can calculate the CO2, and the software collects the data so that they can do the monitoring and reporting. So you don't have to do the calculation by yourself. This is all internalized within our software, so we can do this in a fast manner. So the supply chain subscribes to this. They have this access within their tenant. And they have their each LCA logic, so CO2 values are calculated according to the verified LCA logic, and through the connector, data is collected, and CO2 values are being merged. And likewise, this is similar to Katana X, but the difference is that this is all done on cloud. So what's different to Europe is that unlike Europe where it's done one-to-one, we have done subscription-based companies to the software. The VCP-X has one path, one data flow path. We can connect this to Katana X. So European companies For example, asking Korean companies to send an EDC, but what if Korean companies subscribe to our platform, they can use our verified kind of gateway to provide relevant data to the European companies. And also the certification has made simpler. So with digital solution, we can do multiple certifications. And once the implementation is done, they can just receive and complete their certification in a digital way. So not just carbon footprint, but we have hazardous materials management, recyclability, SQ certificate. We can manage the entire kind of ESG relevant regulations within our software ecosystem. So we are a regulation response platform. So in summary, when we say responding to ESG regulation, each company is doing their own way, but this is very difficult. That's why on top of cloud platform, we have a subscription-based software as a service, where the software can do all the work from certification to calculation. Then the end user, the company, can do the monitoring, which will accelerate the innovation and also address the technological gap and also improve the efficiency of the data collection. Probably Mr. Jung will talk about later, but we can expand like Microsoft, our company can expand globally. So there are many advantages to it. So in summary, for ESG regulation, this is not easy. So this is all going to regulations. We need to respond to these regulations. One of the easiest way to do is VCP-X. This is what we are suggesting based on data to make sure that companies can innovate. And the only way forward is based on cloud. And based on cloud, we have SaaS ecosystem, which is VCP-X ecosystem. By connecting this to all value chain, we can respond to global regulation. There are many solutions with VCP-X, so if you want to engage and participate, do let us know. If you're more interested in developing solutions, we can seek further cooperation. So do let us know if you need further assistance. My presentation has gone a bit longer, but thank you very much for listening.
혹시 질문
If you have a question, please raise your hand and wait for the microphone. Thank you.
지금 엄청난
Yes, so you are designing a tremendous platform, and when firms participate, well, the architecture itself, is it modular open architecture? Are you talking about the architecture of our platform? Well, you said open, so that means anyone can use, right? Yes. Well, we have SaaS firms and we have different APIs that are open to these different firms. So yes, it will be an open type. And we are aiming for standardization. So we have interface and other technical issues, and we are going for standardization. So in the long run, we aim to link different types of software and linking different firms as well. And as for the technology that we have, the EDC and AAS, they're standards. So actually, we have applied that to SaaS. So if we can standardize that, then more and more software will be connected, and there will be easier interoperability among firms.
Second question is that are you taking cloud into private or using Amazon or Naver? At the moment, we are doing on top of AWS because they are number one, but VCP-X, it doesn't matter which cloud it goes because all the functions are the same. But in long-term wise, we could use KT and Naver, but since we are at the initial stage and to have the security, we thought security is important. That's why we have chosen AWS. Thank you very much. We'll take further questions from the floor.
Well, since we are behind schedule, I think we can move on. And let's listen to the presentation by Mr. Hee-tae Jung. Thank you.
이에 두 번째 발표자를
Okay, so I would now like to invite the second presenter, who is Mr. Hee-tae Chung, CEO of APIM, and the title of his talk is Subscription Type Carbon Regulation Response LCA Solution for Small and Medium-Sized Companies. Let's welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon. I am CEO of IPIM. My name is Chung Hee-tae. IPIM is a startup company. So we heard the first presentation regarding VCP-X and SaaS. And for my side, well, I am part of creating the ecosystem because I work on the software aspect. And today, I would like to talk about subscription type carbon regulation response LCA solution for small and medium-sized companies. And this is my table of contents. I'm sure you're familiar with this information. So there are some trend changes in the manufacturing industry, and I would like to talk about how the response to regulations have changed. Also, there are SaaS-based software to respond to the regulation. So we have SaaS type LCA solutions. So I would like to talk about that. And we also have DEX-based platforms, and these tools can be used to make a global response. So those are the topics that I will be covering. So as you know, well, we have regulation in the carbon market. We have the regulations aspect, and we also have the voluntary market. As for ETS, we have emissions trading scheme for the credits. And then we also have the voluntary carbon market. And there are some conflicting views, but we have these two major carbon markets. And so, of course, ETS will come into full effect in the future. And people think that there will no longer be free allocations or credits in the future, and you will have to pay for all the credits and the allowances. And the larger sized companies, although they're in manufacturing, are preparing fast for the coming changes. However, that is not easy for the medium-sized and small-sized companies. Also, in case of Europe, yes, they have legalized Fit for 55, and they have come up with a carbon border adjustment mechanism as well. So new regulations are coming into place. So in the manufacturing sector, we will have to respond fast, or in the future, you will run into difficulties because of these additional regulations. And so how to respond for carbon neutrality in the manufacturing industry? When VCs make investments, they consider ESG as very important aspects. And we have emphasized environment, and that is why carbon neutrality was emphasized over the years. And ESG was employed for several years. So were we able to reduce the amount of carbon emissions? No, actually carbon emission levels have gone up. And so carbon emissions is now a bigger social issue. And so we will need to have some sort of system in the manufacturing sector to respond to these important issues. And so we have net zero guidelines in the industry, so that was done as one part of the effort. So some of these trendy efforts have been made. However, the focus there was also on the value chain utilized by the large corporations, and there was limited participation by the SMEs. And regarding manufacturing environment, of course, we made transition to smart factories, and we have automation, we bring in intelligent systems, and we're going towards DX. However, well, let's think about what has happened in terms of climate change. We have carbon neutrality regulations in place, so we have new regulations, and also we have these factors working as a trade barrier, and we're seeing the introduction of new, unheard of regulations. And so in the manufacturing sector, they're working on DX and automation and so forth, but now there are additional obstacles for these manufacturers. And so in spite of the fact that many of these firms having the technology to respond to these changes, there are additional obstacles adding to the difficulty. And next, here on this slide, I talk about the voluntary carbon trades market. And so you will need to have proof in order to get credits for your credit or to sell or buy your credits. And so what you say has to be backed up by data. And so there are limitations to this voluntary carbon market. And of course, Catena-X platform was mentioned in the previous presentation. And here we have 10 use cases, including traceability. And so, of course, the traceability is heavily relevant to carbon emissions as well. And of course, technology is needed to provide such traceability. So in order to manufacture goods, it is not enough just to have high quality, low cost goods. You have to have a company philosophy in terms of reducing carbon emissions, and you need to have the technology to accurately make the measurements and to show your data. So in the manufacturing sector, we have CCUS, so carbon sequestration or capture and so forth. And all of these efforts were focused on equipment, and that is because the manufacturing companies have equipment. However, these equipments are not low cost. So the equipment is quite costly, and as part of manufacturing, if you're emitting carbon, the idea was to capture this and to separately store this. And POSCO tried to do this as well because there is heat that is emitted from the furnaces, and they wanted to use this heat in order to capture the carbon, and then they use this energy to further generate electricity. And so they say that 70% of the recycled electricity is put back into the system, is what they say in official reports. And also in manufacturing, well, IT technology is very advanced in Korea. And from the perspective of carbon emissions, well, which is the future direction? That's what we have to think about. In the past, everything was facility-based and time-based, but now we moved into the condition-based. And so you would monitor the condition of your facilities rather than doing time-based maintenance. And by being condition-based, you were able to reduce cost. And you do not have to carry out maintenance so frequently. And we also talked about machine learning and AI technology. And when those technologies kick in, then we can predict in the future. And so if we can make predictions, we will have continuous production without any downtime. And of course, the last phase will be optimization. So prediction, that is similar to diagnosing your system. So through AI, you will be predicting when the machine is about to break down and when you need maintenance. However, in the final phase, you can optimize your process steps and the facilities. And so here you will have more ROI. And for optimization, we will need to use AI technology and to use the right algorithm. And so in order to have intelligent manufacturing based carbon neutrality, we will need big data, IoT, and all these different types of technologies, and we will have to seek efficiency. And in some sense, we will be getting some further opportunities for reducing carbon emissions. And I do have some actual cases and demo cases, and perhaps I can refer to them a little bit later. And here you can see that you capture the carbon, you deliver it, and you reuse it. And monitoring is possible here. So you are able to understand when and where a lot of carbon is emitted, and then you can apply technology to reduce the emissions. And so there can be utilization of the carbon in this case. Now, a lot of our firms, Korean firms, are based on value chain. We have textile, automobile, chemical, and so forth, and they have a established value chain. And in this case, they can start from ground zero in terms of calculating carbon emissions, and start calculating from the very first step. And they will be able to ask all their basic raw material companies and basic suppliers to provide data regarding carbon emissions. And so we now need a system where all this can be monitored. And so we have a LCA-based platform where the different SMEs can exchange information. Now, LCA stands for Life Cycle Assessment. I'm sure you're familiar with the term. Now, in order to assess the entire life cycle of a product, well, we have the raw material being extracted, and then there is manufacturing of the product. We use the product, and then to the recycling stage. And we have to get the information regarding carbon emissions for each of these steps. And of course, getting this information and establishing such a system, even in the manufacturing sector, is not that easy. And there are consulting gaps here, and we use software to gather this information. And it's what we're using right now is closer to a simulator. However, the regulations will become more stringent in the future, and they will want accurate information as to how much carbon was emitted in each of these process steps. So regarding LCA, we have consulting firms and we have the manufacturing firm, and these are the steps that are taken. So there is analysis of the information gathered from the business site, and then there is management of the emissions data, and then an inventory is established, and then the issues are identified and goals are set. So you will have the base year and the target year and your specific targets regarding the carbon emissions. And so you will have to make link among the data collections and utilize LCA and also carry out carbon monitoring and operation and do the calculations leading to a report. And if you take a look at this slide, we have many different suppliers involved, and they will use the VCP-X core in order to use the VCP-X zone, and here the relevant data will be collected and stored. And these different suppliers, well, we talked about tier 1, tier 2, and so forth. So they will be SMEs, tier 1, 2, 3, and they will all have to be linked as well. But when I actually go to the site, we can see that the large firms usually have this type of portal, and the different suppliers are linked and they can do the calculation. However, that is the program established and operated by the large companies. It is not the case for the SMEs. It is not easy for them to get accurate information and to participate in this platform provided by the large company. So there is a need for managing carbon emissions at the supplier levels. And so if you can carry out monitoring like you see in the third picture, utilizing the information on the VCP-X zone, it will be a viable system. So according to your production, according to how much electricity you use, you will be able to determine how much carbon you're emitting. And you may decide to tweak around with your process steps in order to lower emissions. But in order for that to be possible, the monitoring has to be done in a perfect way, and all the calculations have to be correct. So this is a quite busy slide, and we have different tiers, and we have data exchange by the different factories. And from the perspective of the VCP-X core platform, we will have the vertical relationship of these different blocks. And data has to be exchanged among these different entities. And when there is data exchange, well, we have product carbon and footprint information only that has to be provided. You don't have to provide all the detailed information about the manufacturing of these specific materials. And then the different numbers regarding the carbon emissions can be collected from the different entities, tallied up, and then included in the final report. And so through LCA, I believe that the SMEs need to up their capabilities so that they will be able to play their role in this big picture as soon as possible. And we have streaming-based messaging, and that system is already in place, so we can fully support the SMEs. What is important here would be the standard-related elements. So we have to adhere to these different rules and treaties. So regarding the functions of the LCA, well, we have to better manage carbons. That's the goal. So carbon is emitted during the process step. So in the manufacturing scene, it happens when the materials come in and delivered, and then there will be output from the manufacturing process, and we need measurement tools for each of these steps. And so we have scope 1, 2, 3. We can design for the 3 scopes. And then for the process steps, we can design these steps. So we have these templates, and then we can play out different scenarios and then put in different input-output data and then do the calculations. And also we have sensing-based measurement for the electricity used during the process steps. And when we use that, well, when the products are made, then accordingly we can calculate the carbon emitted according to the carbon emission index. Now, of course, we don't have the existing data on that, and then in the past, what we had to do was come up with some sort of database and come up with the collection of the data points. But of course, now we have that. So this is the scope regarding the LCA. I have made a distinction between scope 1, 2, and 3. And on the bottom side of the slide, I have listed what is required for the different scopes. And maybe in the future, I can show you a demo of what we did. And also, we can provide a carbon emissions report. That's to respond to the carbon emissions regulations. However, we also have CBAM, and we have this Excel template, and we can put in different values for each of the materials, and then you can have a final report on how much emissions, carbon emissions exist in your manufacturing site. And so these templates are used based on LCA solutions. And such a template is automated in our company product, our software. And so we do have these developed screens. It's similar to an Excel screen. And this will be attached to a final report. And so we computerized this template. So this is LCA material management. And we have to list up all the different materials, and we have to carry out management. And we also need LCA process modeling tool as well. So we carry out modeling for each of the different processes, and we can calculate the emissions. So we have a report function. And then for CO2 calculation, well, depending on the different industry sector, the carbon index may differ. And so to enable calculation of the CO2, reflecting the characteristics of your specific sector, we provide this tool. We also have power monitoring for the entire process and for each of the different equipments. And of course, we have the automatic data reporting function as well. So it may look very complicated. However, well, scope 2, that's indirect emissions. And this is how the measurement is made. So we have the factory line, we have the diagram. And because of copyright issues, I could not show you the actual accurate diagram. This is just an example. And so here we have the distribution board and the panel board. They're separate. And so for each of these equipments, you had to sense the use of electricity for each of these equipments. That was the old method. However, now what we're doing is we carry out sensing for these two different panels, and you get the total amount of electricity that goes into these different equipments. What about other companies, ordinary companies? What are they doing? Well, actually, they get information from KEPCO as to how much electricity they bring in, and they try to separate the electricity that is used by these equipments versus the rest of the site. But that is not quite accurate. So this method would be more accurate. And this is how we are proceeding. And also we have DPP, which is Digital Product Passports. And we have these portals that currently exist, and I show you a sample of what we're doing. And we put in a battery pack of a said product, and then we get this disclosed information. So the Katana X-based Eclipse was mentioned earlier, and in Europe they are already quite advanced in terms of DPP. Now, as for LCA solutions, however, we have consumer-prosumer data management, and we're working on the design of these different softwares in my company right now. So here we have two platforms, and this is the architecture which is used to exchange information regarding carbon footprint. This is open-based platform, and this platform is not really applicable to the platform that can be used by the SMEs. However, on the CPX, we can have the different elements of this ecosystem, and there will be automatic linkage. So if there is a firm which is utilizing this platform on the left in Europe, if they are working with a company that is using a platform that you see on the right, still there will be data exchange possible. And we will have future environment where you will have to send a certificate to a company, the other party, which is based on this other platform. And that is why we are trying to go for standardization so that interfacing will be made easier. So VCP-X core, well, if you look at the functions here, there are some additional processing functions in addition to what you see on the left. And so Korea is quite advanced in IT. These elements are added, so PCF can be exchanged among companies, and we can include the SaaS type interface. So the two may look similar to you, but we will try to have a common standard, but these two platforms will be a little bit different. And we are operating the system just for Korean firms, but in the future, if we have a standard of these interfaces, then we will be able to import these other platforms utilized in Europe. So a few years ago, we did not have a platform like this, but now we have new regulations, and Germany is doing this, the UK is doing this, but Korea is currently unable to do this. But once we are able to respond based on VCP-X, then this type of response will be possible in the future. So in the manufacturing side, of course, the goal is carbon neutrality, and you have to monitor the carbon and you have to do the calculation. But doing the calculation is not the goal. But in the past, we were not able to do the calculation, and that is why the first step was to do the calculation and collect the carbon emissions data. But let's think about the ultimate goal. What we're doing is we're going for carbon emission reduction. By doing that, we can gain credits, and actually you will be earning money for your company. And Tesla is the company that is doing a very good job of this. And so Tesla is making a lot of money in the ETS market, and that's the future direction of firms. And in order to go towards that direction, well, you have to come up with these systems, and based on such monitoring and analysis, then you will get a good idea of which strategy to take. And if there are problems with your manufacturing, well, then you can make some changes to automation, for example, bringing in intelligent systems, and then thus reduce carbon emissions. Now, of course, we need RE100. I mean, if you can achieve that, that's the end of the story. That's it. However, until you achieve RE 100, well, you have a long way to go and a lot of effort will have to be made. And so by providing these type of functions, I believe that your firms can be in the lead. And I talked about open source based architecture. We try to utilize that as much as possible. However, the tools and the consortiums that we will come up with, it does not mean that they will be provided free of charge to all parties. But I believe that my company is in the lead and we will be able to respond in a fast manner when the regulations come up. So that was my presentation. I will now entertain any questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Well, in the future, I think you have come up with a great program to respond to carbon regulations. Now, how many firms in Korea will have to utilize the program or the product that you describe? So I'm interested in market prospects. Well, I provide software to manufacturing firms. So we have firms in the value chain, so cement, steel making, automobile, so all firms will have to use this software. However, we have tiers 1, 2, 3. And there are some realistic issues and some, I believe tier 1, of course, will have to join in. And yes, we will have to expand to tier 2 and 3. So I believe there's a huge market there. Now, as for our target market, we are trying to accurately calculate the market size. And as for manufacturing, I think it will be almost everyone.
네, 질문해 주시기 바라겠습니다.
Questions from the floor?
앞에 질문하신
So, yes, same question to presenter 1 and presenter 2. So we have CBAM coming from Europe, and we have to preemptively respond to this. And you have come up with the VCP-X platform and the LCA solution. Now, when it comes to carbon neutrality and international cooperation, well, that's the overall theme of this session. So in terms of international development and cooperation, and when we carry out ODA business, and when we go into overseas markets, well, how is your product relevant to such ODA efforts, do you think? Well, first of all, within the VCP-X platform, we have new VIX. And for us, we're focusing on the LCA software. So I believe there is some level of scalability, and some LCAs are actually open source. So it can be used easily by the firms and sometimes by the customers. And I think such opportunities do exist. And in making that architecture that I described, well, we used a lot of open source technology. And so if there is momentum, then perhaps we can open up some of this. But currently we're under, where the platform or software is under testing. So once the service is launched, if there are no business conflicts, then yes, maybe we can have some opportunities in the ODA era. We have time for one more question.
네, 대표님 발표 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much for that talk. Now, 3 months ago, there was ESG survey for CEOs of small and medium-sized companies, and more than 90% of the CEOs were interested on ESG. As for readiness, however, they only scored 2.7 points out of 5. So It had to do with lack of budget, lack of information, and human resources. And the solution that has been prepared by Mr. Myung-gu Kang and yourself, well, I think they will be used by the SMEs. And I know this battery producing firm, and of course, they have tier 1, 2, 3 suppliers. And we have to think about before and after. So how much money and human resources do we need currently? And after bringing in this product, what kind of efficiency gain can you get? I know accurate production is impossible, but perhaps you can address to this. That's a difficult question. Now, from my perspective, in terms of manpower, it's a huge issue right now. So people working on LCA and carbon regulation and so forth, I mean, doing the mapping and making the diagram, it's quite difficult. I mean, because the manufacturing scene is quite difficult, quite complicated. And so we will need to have some sort of training program provided by the association. We do have such programs. And there was another demo firm involved in a demo project, and the same question was asked to me. They lack the resources and the manpower to do all this. Now, when we had Industry 4.0, when everyone said that we have to bring in a smart factory, at that time, everyone said the same thing. We lack resources and budget and the human resources. So, however, the ones that moved fast are actually in a better position right now, and I think it is the same when it comes to carbon regulation as well. And so it's not just Industry 4.0, but regarding carbon regulation, I think there has to be some cooperation among the different parties, including government and the industry and so forth. And by coming up with software like I described, I'm trying to say that without needing heavy human resources and other budget and so forth, managing all this is quite possible, is what I'm trying to prove through this product. And of course, the situation of the different firms are all different. And in Korea, we are rather passive when we try to respond towards regulations. However, we are very much advanced in IT, so I think we should go for DX and try to preemptively respond to the future carbon regulations. And we all need to work together, and that's what I hope will happen. Now, as for how much reduction and efficiency can be gained in terms of resources, well, I don't have those numbers yet. Maybe in the future, I will be able to provide that information to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause. So we have many people on site and people joining us via YouTube. The presentation was very useful. We talked about domestic standards, international standardized technologies, how to respond to ESG regulation. We are talking about carbon regulation and the relevant solutions. We have last presenter of the day by Executive Director Kim Sun-kwan of Entry to talk about digital certification based on the VCP-X. Please give him a big round of applause. Hello everyone, I am Kim Sun-kwan. We have many people who are enrolled in Chung-Ang University program. I was the 4th graduated member. Please give him a big round of applause. Back then, the COVID-19 just started, so we didn't have many offline events, but because the regulations now have been eased, nevertheless, we had a very good time with our colleagues and with our professors. Now, without COVID-19, please enjoy your time at uni, at your program. I think we are behind of our time. So I have to finish by 10 to 6. I'll try to do fast as possible. So the general content is as below. Because the subject is carbon neutrality, I'll talk about a bit of carbon neutrality. We talked about regulations in between, but I'd like to give you a big picture and how can VCP-X contribute. Brief introduction about Entry. I'm from Entry Research Institute. It's a testing certification agency, as you know. We have FCC, UL certificates, including KC as well. We have multiple labs, including one in China. We also do system certification as well. So what do we actually do in this ecosystem? What we do is that we provide consultation. For example, for those LCA development in the IT sector, we provide consultation regarding how your system can be embedded with the regulations. We talk about carbon neutrality, but we are rather more close to testing part. For LCA part, for environment, we also have N-STAR, where we have formed a consortium to respond to the areas of, for example, environment as well. So we have a consortium with N-STAR regarding climate change. We can talk about UNFCCC, which was adopted in 1992 in Environment Meeting Summit. It is based on common but differentiate responsibility. So the roles are different between advanced and developing countries, where advanced countries will bear more responsibility. We have COP every year, of which the third Kyoto Protocol and Paris Agreement are the ones are very important. If we compare them to, the Kyoto Protocol was adopted in COP3 1997, of which they have identified 6 greenhouse gas. We have CO2, CH4, N2O. Also, the cooperation among advanced countries, which is known as joint implementation, which is the main content. Korea implemented a low-carbon green growth basic act. With the Paris Agreement in 2015, we have transformed this into carbon neutrality basic act and also set targets. So the global temperature will be below increase of 2 Celsius, but limited to 1.5 Celsius. And every 5 years, the national determined contribution and the targets will be submitted. For Korea, in 2020, we have declared carbon neutrality, and in 2021, we promised that compared to 2018, we will reduce the carbon emission by 40%. When we talk about carbon neutrality, it is really about to balance greenhouse gas emission. And if we look, there are some differences in terms of terminology. We talk about net zero, carbon neutrality, but when we talk about net zero, it's talking about the total 6 different types of greenhouse gases. Carbon neutrality only refers to CO2, but in Korea, when we say, according to Carbon Neutrality Act, carbon neutrality has the same terminology with the rest of the world, but the green growth has different terminology. So we say net zero and carbon neutrality mean the same in Korea. There are some international standards related to carbon neutrality. The most common one is passed from England. This is the oldest. And recently, from many private companies are adopting SBTI. As you can see here, it's science-based targets initiative. There are certain processes to follow. It's based on online platform. We also have ISO. Probably next year, 14068 will be adopted. If we look at the details, they are different. So we can't just ignore one, but general standards are here in terms of global standards. So if ISO is adopted, this is the basic configuration. We have 14068, and we have 14067, which are the global standards, and the verification processes, 65, 66, which are the verification agencies. And if we look at the global scope, EU is ahead of all the regulation regime, and the US too, centered around California, is going ahead in this region as well. If we look at EU first, it applies across all the industries. We have climate change, energy, circular economy, and chemical substances. If we look at by each area, there are details that you can pay attention to. So actually, each topic has a lot of content, which could be an entire seminar alone. But the ones we talk most is battery part. So we have existing battery regulation, which has been updated to a new battery regulation as of 2024, partially will be implemented. But the biggest changing part is that the battery classification differs depending on the level of carbon footprint. From 2027, the level will be given, and they will decide, depending on the recyclability, the sale of such battery will be allowed or not. And there are parts that need to be looked at for the last quarter to be reflected in the next year's first quarter. We can talk about direct emission, indirect emission, which are certain parts of the CBAM. We have DPP. We actually called as eco design based on energy efficiency, but now this needs to cover a bigger range, including scope 3. So this has been expanded. And corporate sustainability due diligence is about the whole value chain, including the social part as well. So it deals a lot with ESG. We have CSRD, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. This goes under ESG. We have plastic tax. From waste plastic, how much can be recycled, and if the waste plastic cannot be recycled, the plastic tax will be given. We have CLP, which will be strengthened. We have ROHS. This has been applied constantly from the past, but the range of substances has been expanded. Started with the 6 substances, but now we have 2 more and 4 more substances respectively. And in Europe, there are 9 regulations to look at, of which you need to pay attention is directive and regulation. difference between them is that directive is about value chain due diligence, sustainability due diligence, plastic tax, and RHS. Regulation is about CBAM, eco design, new better regulation, CLP, and REACH. So let me just explain a bit more about this. If you look at the EU regulation regime, so there is a basic law and secondary law as well, of which the regulations are all part of the secondary law, and there are also non-binding regulations as well. So these first two parts are the ones we have to look at. Because they are legally binding, they go on top of national laws. For directives, provide a general guidelines, but in terms of specific implementation measures, it depends on the national laws. So there are huge difference between them. Next is accommodation opinions, which are being referenced, but the first two parts are the ones to focus on. So this is just a extra information. And the United States too are making a move. I have briefly introduced Clean Competition Act, known as CCA. The range is broader than CBAM, but the core content is that it's talk about the energy intensity and comparing the amount that has been emitted from the origin, from the product of origin. And the 75% of revenue of the tax will be used for competitive grant program, and the remaining 25 will be held for developing countries. If we look at details, Scope 1 and Scope 2 will be mandatory. Scope 3 will be mandatory by 2027. So the reason why VCP-X is garnering a lot of attention is because this is to help those companies who will go under Scope 3 for information disclosure. And furthermore, there are financial disclosure as well. So this is a slide that we have shown earlier of all the emission. There are a lot of Scope 3, but data itself is not enough. So we need to make sure that accuracy and complete integrity of data to be secured. Once the platform goes into operation, starting with LCA, the regulation will be expanded to CFB, CBAM, and also cover variety of regulations to cover broader supply chain. By doing that, what consulting companies are doing is all done via offline. They go to the actual site, and this goes same for the certification agencies, where they go to the actual site and check. The verification under CBAM tells that it has to be done on site, but the frequency, for example, if it was done 10 times, if we use VCP to reduce one time, then that's a massive progress. So we can't, because by doing that, we can't cover like 1,000, 100,000, 200,000 companies. So such platform is required. Going back to conclusion, the common topic we talk about is sustainability. Sustainability of business, and to address sustainability, we need to respond to climate change. And from your program, I'm sure you deal a lot of fourth industrial revolution. So climate change needs to be met with fourth industrial revolution. This is what VCP-X is offering. We have the relevant partners to do relevant cooperation to respond such issues. By doing that, this is a mission for companies to do to achieve sustainability. Let me end my presentation here. Any questions from the floor? Please raise your hand. So you have to disclose information, including financial part. Many big companies are struggling to provide information, but if we use VCP, we will have figures. Then what standards are we following, and the actual specific date period of announcement as well, and whether the data has been standardized, of which we can make a reference to. I'm just generally talking about non-financial part as well, and how this can be reflected in the financial part as well, and what could be the best practice from this standardization. But if you look at them, the ESG regulations and guidelines, there are more than 100 different types. Earlier, I showed standards which are part of ESG standards. We have SBTI, where companies are focusing on. So actually, the parent company decides the standard. It could be an OEM, it could be investor, it could be a financial company. Depending on their decision, it will have a standard. So they will decide their own. But it's not about whether a company, for example, say, oh, we like this standard, we'll follow this standard. It depends on their parent company and customer requirement. And the content of that are all different. And every country has a different case. But nevertheless, the core content is about environment, of which carbon emission is the core content. That's why we are doing LCA based on SaaS. Other than carbon, there are also other 16 categories. We have greenhouse gas emissions, the impact on water, the impact on our human bodies. But the most urgent issue is carbon footprint. That's a starting point. Once that is settled, we will expand our category. So once we have environmental agenda in hand, this will be expanded to social and further. So many standards that we have at the global scale could be included in SaaS, where you can select the relevant standards and then make a use of it. I hope this answers your question. Please give our presenter a big round of applause. We had a great presentations from 3 presenters, especially about carbon neutrality and our responses toward ESG regulation. We also talked about certification and verification. I think this will be the last session of our program. So I want to introduce Professor Song to listen to his final remarks. Please give him a big round of applause.
배가 이렇게 많이 나온
Well, I have a very big belly, and the moderator was kind enough to say that I have a petite body. Now, we had this session or seminar on carbon neutrality and international development cooperation. And you may had some question marks about the link between the two, and perhaps you thought this was just an advertisement session for NUVIX. So in relation to that, I would like to make some comments. So first of all, regarding carbon neutrality, this is a call of the times. It's destiny for all of us. So there's no doubt about that. And the second point that I want to make is that regarding certification and authentication, it actually happened at the scene, face to face. However, that era is coming to an end. And in the future, well, of course, we have the activities of NUVIX and the other foreign authentication companies will be joining in. So we're making history. This is the first time such an effort is being made. So we thought it was important to share this information with you. Now, how does carbon neutrality link to international development cooperation? Well, be it batteries, be it semiconductor. Well, we have raw material used in these process steps, and these raw materials are sourced from outside of Korea. So all these raw materials will be coming from scope 3, and then everything will have to be linked on the cloud. So we're not looking at just scope 3 within Korea. I think we have to think in the long term, and we will be investing in the future, not just the advanced nations, but we will be making investments in the future in the less developed countries. And so we need to think long term, and perhaps we are coming up with a great model for the future when we consider international development cooperation. That is why I chose this topic of carbon neutrality and international development cooperation. I hope that you have some takeaway from today. And also, we will be having dinner together, so I hope that all of you can join me for dinner. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Well, I meant your height, not your belly. Anyhow, we had the 2023 Global Korea Forum, Carbon Neutrality and International Development Cooperation. The session was rather short, but I hope that by enhancing our knowledge, we will be able to play a bigger role in the future. So I want to thank the three presenters, and I also want to thank all the participants, those of you here and those of you joining us online. Thank you very, very much. And next year, I hope to see you once again. I hope that we can talk about standards and international development cooperation. We will prepare a meaningful session for you again next year. Thank you.
행사 이후 안내 말씀 드리도록 하겠습니다. 차량을 이용하신 분은 차량 등록을 해주시면 7시간 할인을 받도록 되어 있습니다. 행사 이후 저녁 식사가 준비되어 있습니다. 식사 장소는 호텔에서 하고 싶었으나 호텔에서 저희를 원치 않아 자리를 허락하지 않아서 한국 프레스센터 지하 1층 정선 할매 곤드레 밥으로 예약을 해 놓았으니 참석하신 분들은 또 식사를 하시면서
The announcement is regarding parking arrangements and also dinner arrangements. And I hope that everyone can come up to the front of the room for a group photo session. Thank you.
앞으로 모두 나와주시기 바라겠습니다. 우리 표준고위 가정 원호님들 출석입니다. 출석 체킹입니다.